What you're about to hear comes from real people, not park rangers, not wilderness experts, just ordinary Americans who went into the woods and came back changed. That will make you question everything you think you know about what lives in our forests. Story 1. My name's Cole Brennan, and until 6 months ago, I worked as a structural engineer for the Idaho Department of Transportation. Note the past tense. I don't do that anymore. Can't. Not after what happened on the Clearwater River Bridge inspection last September. I'd been with the department for 11 years, specializing in remote bridge assessments in the Nez Perce National Forest. It's tedious work, hiking to deteriorating structures miles from any road, checking load capacities, documenting decay. Most people would find it boring. I found it peaceful. Alone with my clipboard, my camera, my thoughts, no traffic noise, no office politics. Just me in the forest. The Clearwater assignment should have been routine. An old Forest Service bridge from the 1960s, built for logging trucks that hadn't run those roads in decades. Standard 3-day job. Day 1, hike in and set up base camp. Day 2, full structural assessment. Day 3, hike out. Simple. I parked my truck at the trailhead on a Wednesday morning the last week of September. The aspens were turning gold, and the air had that sharp, clean bite that comes right before winter. I remember thinking it was perfect hiking weather as I shouldered my 70-pound pack and started up the trail. The path followed an old fire road for the first 5 miles, then branched off onto what was barely more than a game trail. My GPS unit showed the bridge about 2 miles further in a narrow canyon where the Clearwater carved through granite cliffs. I made good time. By early afternoon, I'd reached the bridge. It was worse than the satellite imagery suggested. The wooden deck was rotted through in places, the support beams sagging. One of the steel cable suspensions had snapped completely, hanging down into the white water below like a broken spiderweb. I wouldn't trust it to hold a bicycle, let alone a vehicle. I set up camp 50 yards from the bridge, in a flat area surrounded by old-growth cedar. The trees were massive here, some easily 4 feet in diameter, their branches creating a canopy so thick the forest floor was clear of undergrowth. It felt cathedral-like. Quiet. Too quiet. I should have noticed that first day. No birds, no squirrels. The usual forest sounds, the chatter of jays, the rustle of chipmunks, were absent. But I was focused on the work, already planning my assessment strategy for the next day. I ate a cold dinner, trail mix and beef jerky. It was in my sleeping bag by dark. The temperature dropped fast once the sun set. I could see my breath in the beam of my headlamp as I hung my food bag from a high branch, standard bear protocol. Around midnight, I woke to the sound of something breathing. Not the wind through the trees, not the river in the distance. Breathing. Deep, rhythmic, impossibly close to my tent. I lay perfectly still, every muscle locked. My headlamp was within reach, but I was terrified to turn it on. The breathing continued. In, out, in, out. Each exhale seemed to last forever. A wet, raspy sound that made the tent fabric shudder slightly. Then it moved. I heard footsteps, heavy, deliberate, circling my tent, not pacing like a nervous animal, circling like something taking inventory. The steps were wrong, too far apart, too bipedal. I don't know how long it lasted. Could have been 5 minutes. Could have been an hour. Eventually, the footsteps stopped. The breathing faded. Silence returned. I didn't sleep again that night. If you've ever felt that primal fear, that bone-deep certainty that you're being hunted, share your experience in the comments below. And if this story is keeping you up at night, hit that subscribe button. There's more coming, and trust me, you'll want to hear what happened next. When dawn finally came, I was exhausted but relieved. Daylight made everything seem less threatening. I convinced myself it had been a bear, maybe an elk, something with a logical explanation. I made instant coffee on my camp stove and started my assessment of the bridge. The work was demanding, requiring me to climb down into the canyon to examine the foundation pilings. I rigged a safety harness and rappelled over the edge, my camera and clipboard secured to my chest. The pilings were in bad shape, water damage, metal fatigue. I was taking photographs, making notes, when I noticed something odd about the rock face across the canyon. There were marks, scratches, fresh ones, judging by the exposed lighter stone. They ran in parallel sets of 4, each gouge easily 2 inches deep. They were high up, maybe 12 feet above the canyon floor, and they extended in a pattern that suggested fingers. Something had clawed the rock. Something big enough to reach that height, something strong enough to gouge granite. My hands started shaking. I finished my photos quickly and hauled myself back up the rope, suddenly desperate to be on solid ground. Back at camp, I tried to rationalize what I'd seen. A bear could do that, right? They had claws, they could stand on hind legs. Sure, 12 feet was tall, but maybe it had been standing on something. I didn't believe it, but I needed to. I spent the rest of the day finishing my assessment, working as quickly as possible. By late afternoon, I had everything I needed. I could pack up and leave. Hike out before dark. But I didn't. Professional pride, maybe, or stupidity. The job called for a 3-day assessment, and I'd only done 1 full day of work. I told myself I needed to double-check measurements, verify my findings. The truth was simpler. I didn't want to admit I was scared. I made another cold dinner and watched the sun set through the cedar canopy. As darkness fell, that unnatural silence descended again. No insects, no night birds, nothing. I built up my fire, feeding it until the flames were higher than my head. The light pushed back the darkness, maybe 20 feet. Beyond that, the forest was a solid wall of black. Around 9 o'clock, I heard the first knock. It came from the north, deeper in the forest. A single heavy impact, wood on wood, but louder than any natural sound. I froze, straining to hear. Another knock. This one from the east, closer. Then another, south. They were circling me. 3 distinct points, taking turns, knock, pause, knock, pause, knock. I grabbed my headlamp and swept the beam toward each sound. Nothing. Just trees and darkness. The knocking continued for maybe 20 minutes. Then it stopped. The silence that followed was worse. I sat by the fire, my back against a cedar tree, my multi-tool clutched in one hand. Ridiculous weapon against... what? What was I even afraid of? The answer came at 2:17 a.m. I know the exact time because I was staring at my watch, counting the seconds until sunrise, when my food bag hit the ground next to me. The bag I'd hung 15 feet up in a tree. It landed with a soft thump on the forest floor, 10 feet from where I sat. The rope I'd used was still attached, but it had been cut. No, not cut. Snapped. The fibers were shredded, pulled apart with massive force. I grabbed the bag and pulled it close to the fire. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely hold it. Inside, everything was untouched. The food was still sealed. Whatever had taken it down hadn't been interested in eating. It had been sending a message. I stood up, spinning slowly, sweeping my headlamp in a full circle. The beam caught something at the edge of its range, a shape, tall, impossibly tall, standing motionless between 2 cedar trees. I blinked. It was gone. No, not gone. Moving. I caught glimpses of it as it circled my camp, always staying just beyond the light. Shoulder, arm, the side of a massive torso covered in dark hair. It was using the trees as cover, revealing itself in fragments, never giving me a full view. Playing with me. "What do you want?" I shouted. My voice sounded small and pathetic. It stopped. For a long moment, nothing happened. Then I heard it. A voice. Not human, not animal. Something in between. It was mimicking me. "What do you want?" The words were distorted, stretched out, coming from a throat not designed for human speech. But they were my words, my cadence, mocking. I ran. Didn't think. Didn't plan. Just grabbed my pack and ran toward the bridge. Behind me, I heard laughter. Deep, rumbling, alien laughter that echoed through the canyon. I made it halfway across the bridge before I realized my mistake. The boards were rotten, unstable. In daylight, I'd been careful, testing each plank. Now, in darkness, running in blind panic, each step was a gamble. A board gave way beneath my right foot. My leg plunged through, splinters tearing at my calf. I pitched forward, catching myself on my hands. My pack shifted, nearly pulling me through the gap. I looked back. It was standing at the edge of the bridge, fully visible now in the moonlight. 8 feet tall, maybe more. Massive shoulders. Arms that hung nearly to its knees. Dark brown hair covering everything except the face. The face. I can still see it when I close my eyes. Not quite ape. Not quite human. Something else. Something that should not exist. The eyes caught the moonlight, reflecting it back at me like a cat's. They were intelligent. Aware. Amused. It took one step onto the bridge. The entire structure groaned under its weight. Another step, the wood creaked and splintered. I pulled my leg free, feeling skin tear, and scrambled forward. Behind me, I heard the thing following. Not rushing, just walking. Steady, patient. I made it to the far side and kept running. The trail was barely visible in the moonlight, but I didn't care. Branches whipped my face. Roots tried to trip me. I fell twice, both times scrambling back to my feet and running before I'd fully caught my breath. I don't know how long I ran. The adrenaline kept me moving long past the point where my body wanted to quit. At some point, I realized I was no longer being followed. The forest was still dark, still silent, but I was alone. I kept moving until dawn, half running, half walking, following the trail by feel as much as sight. When the sun finally rose, I was already at my truck. I drove straight to the hospital in Orofino, told them I'd slipped on wet rocks. They gave me stitches and a tetanus shot, and asked if I needed to file a workplace injury report. I said no. I went back to my apartment and typed up my bridge assessment. Structurally unsound. Recommend immediate closure and replacement. I emailed it to my supervisor and tendered my resignation in the same message, effective immediately. No explanation. They tried calling. I didn't answer. The next week, I drove back to the trailhead. I don't know why. Closure, maybe. Or proof that I hadn't imagined it. The bridge was gone. Not collapsed. Gone. The support cables had been ripped out of the canyon walls, torn free with such force that chunks of granite the size of basketballs had come with them. The wooden deck had been systematically broken into pieces and thrown into the river. It must have taken tremendous strength. Hours of work. Something had destroyed that bridge the same night I'd fled. Something that knew I'd recommended its closure. Something that had made sure no one else would cross that canyon. I never went back to Idaho. Took a job doing residential inspections in Boise. Safe, boring, no forests. But sometimes late at night, I still hear it. That breathing outside my window. Those footsteps circling my house. And that voice, calling my words back to me in the darkness. What do you want? I don't sleep much anymore. Story 2. I'm Meredith Vance, and I'm a PhD candidate in mycology at the University of Washington, or I was. I'm taking a leave of absence. Probably won't go back. My dissertation research focused on fungal networks in old-growth forests, how mycorrhizal relationships between trees and fungi create underground communication systems. Fascinating stuff, actually. Trees talking to each other through root networks, sharing nutrients, warning each other about threats. The Wood Wide Web, some popularizers call it. My field site was in the Olympic National Forest, a remote section of temperate rainforest that had never been logged, perfect for studying undisturbed fungal communities. I'd been making monthly trips there for 2 years, collecting samples, taking measurements, documenting species. I knew those woods better than anywhere else on Earth. Last November, I went in for what should have been a routine 5-day sampling expedition. The weather was typical Pacific Northwest autumn, cold, damp, overcast. I'd planned the trip carefully, informed the Forest Service of my itinerary, packed all my supplies. My study site was centered around a particularly massive Sitka spruce, easily 400 years old, with a trunk diameter of nearly 10 feet. I called it the grandmother tree. The fungal activity around its roots was extraordinary. I'd documented over 70 different mycorrhizal species in association with that single tree. I set up my base camp about 100 yards from the grandmother. The forest here was dense, the canopy so thick that even in daylight it felt like a dusk. Moss covered everything. The ground, the trees, fallen logs. It muffled sound, making the forest feel wrapped in silence. The first 3 days went perfectly. I collected my samples, made my observations, documented several promising new fungal specimens. Each evening, I'd return to camp, catalog my findings, and fall asleep to the sound of rain pattering on my tent. On the fourth morning, I noticed something strange. The forest had changed. Not dramatically. Nothing I could put my finger on at first, just different. The moss near my tent looked disturbed, as if something large had been moving through it. Some of the smaller saplings near my camp were bent at odd angles, their branches broken deliberately, not snapped by wind. And the fungal activity around the grandmother tree had exploded overnight. I'm talking about a transformation that should take weeks or months. New mushroom fruiting bodies everywhere. Thick mycelial mats visible on the soil surface. The tree's root network seemed to be pulsing, isn't the right word, active, unusually active. I spent the day documenting this phenomenon, taking photographs, collecting samples. As a scientist, I was thrilled. This kind of rapid mycological response could be a major discovery. But as a human, alone in a remote forest, I felt unsettled. The fungal growth seemed to be spreading outward from the grandmother in concentric rings, and it was spreading toward my camp. By evening, the mycelial mats had reached the edge of my campsite. I watched them advance, literally centimeters per hour. White fungal threads creeping across the forest floor like frost, spreading across glass. I decided to move my tent. I dragged everything back about 50 yards, putting more distance between myself and whatever was happening around the grandmother tree. As I worked, the sun set. In the thick forest, darkness came quickly. I was hammering in my last tent stake when I heard it. Singing. Not human singing, not animal sounds. Something else. A series of vocalizations rising and falling in pitch, coming from deeper in the forest. It had a melody, a structure. It was communicating something. I stood frozen, my hammer in one hand, listening. The singing continued for maybe 5 minutes, then stopped. Silence returned. I convinced myself it was an owl. Some species I wasn't familiar with. The Olympic Peninsula had unique subspecies. That had to be it. I climbed into my tent and tried to sleep. Around midnight, my tent started shaking. Not violently, rhythmically. Something was pulling on the guy lines, making the entire structure sway back and forth. I grabbed my flashlight and shined it at the tent walls. The fabric was moving, stretching inward in places, as if something was pressing against it from outside. Then the smell hit me. Imagine wet dog mixed with rotting vegetation and something else. Something musky and biological that my brain couldn't categorize. It was so strong I gagged. The shaking stopped. The tent fell still. I didn't move, barely breathed. My flashlight was the only source of light. creating wild shadows on the tent walls. I could hear my own heartbeat loud in my ears. Then I heard footsteps, heavy, deliberate, circling my tent. But these weren't normal footsteps. Between each impact, I heard a dragging sound as if something was being pulled through the moss. The steps completed one full circle, then another, then stopped directly in front of my tent door. I heard breathing, right outside the zippered entrance. Deep, wet breaths that sounded labored, almost pained. Then a voice, female, human, calling my name. Meredith? Meredith, are you in there? It was my mother's voice, perfect in every detail. The slight southern accent she'd never quite lost. The exact pitch and timbre I'd heard my entire life. Meredith, honey, I need your help. I'm hurt. Please come out. My mother was in Seattle, 4 hours away. There was no possible way she was standing outside my tent in the Olympic National Forest at midnight. I didn't answer. Meredith? Sweetheart? The voice was getting agitated now. Why won't you help me? I'm bleeding. Please. I covered my ears with my hands and pressed my face against my sleeping bag. I wanted to scream. I wanted to run. I did neither. The voice continued for maybe 20 minutes, begging, pleading, getting increasingly desperate and angry. Then it changed. It became my advisor's voice, then my ex-boyfriend's, then my best friend's. Each one perfect, each one impossible. Finally, it stopped cycling through voices I knew and just talked. In a language I didn't recognize. The words were wrong. Too many syllables, too many clicking sounds. But the cadence was still human. Still trying to communicate. I didn't sleep that night. I sat in my tent, clutching my knife, waiting for dawn. When the sun finally rose, I unzipped my tent and looked outside. The fungal growth had surrounded my tent completely. A perfect circle of white mycelium, maybe a foot wide, running all the way around my camp. Inside the circle, the moss was undisturbed. Outside, everything was covered in fungus. It had contained me, protected me. From what? I looked toward the grandmother tree. The fungal activity there had intensified even more. The entire base of the tree was covered in a thick, pulsing mat of mycelium. And in the moss around the tree, I could see them clearly now. Footprints. They were enormous, easily 18 inches long, deeply impressed into the soft ground. They circled the grandmother tree, overlapping, as if something had been pacing around it all night. The prints came to the edge of the fungal circle lay around my tent and stopped. Whatever had been walking out there hadn't crossed the mycelium barrier. I should have left right then, packed up and hiked out. But scientific curiosity is a powerful thing. I needed to understand what was happening. The fungal network was protecting me from something. But why? And how did it know to do that? I spent the day taking samples, documenting everything. The mycelium around my tent showed unusual chemical properties. I later learned it was producing compounds similar to those found in insect-repelling plants. The fungal network had literally weaponized itself. Against what? As evening approached, I made a decision. I set up my trail camera facing the grandmother tree, activated the motion sensor, and retreated to my tent. If something was out there, I was going to get footage of it. That night, the singing returned. Closer this time. Multiple voices harmonizing those inhuman tones. The tent shook again. The footsteps circled. But the voices didn't try to mimic anyone I knew. They just sang. I checked my camera the next morning. It had triggered 47 times during the night. The first few frames showed nothing, just the tree and the forest floor. Then around midnight, movement. A hand entered the frame. Just a hand, reaching toward the tree trunk. It was massive, covered in dark, reddish-brown hair. The fingers were long, too long, with thick nails that looked almost like claws. The hand touched the tree, stroked it gently, almost reverently. More frames. The hand withdrew. Something else entered the frame, a face. I dropped the camera. It wasn't human, but it wasn't quite ape either. The proportions were wrong. The eyes were too large, too forward-facing. The nose was flat, the mouth was wrong. But it was the expression that broke me, because it looked sad, deeply, profoundly sad. The creature in the photograph was pressing its forehead against the grandmother tree, and it looked like it was grieving. The final frame showed it walking away, disappearing into the forest. The posture was hunched, defeated. The last clear image showed its back, easily 7 feet tall, broader than any human, covered in that reddish-brown hair. I packed up my camp in under an hour, left half my equipment, didn't care. I needed out of that forest. As I was leaving, I took one last look at the grandmother tree. The fungal growth had receded. The mycelium was retreating back into the soil, the fruiting bodies withering and collapsing. Whatever had triggered the explosion of growth was over. The fungal network had protected me. I knew that now. From what? The creature didn't seem aggressive. It seemed lonely. I hiked out and drove straight home. Transferred my camera data to my computer and spent hours analyzing the images. That night, I called my advisor and told her I was taking a leave of absence. She asked why. I told her family emergency. I went back to the forest 3 days later. Not to my study site, I couldn't face that yet, but to the trailhead parking lot. I needed to know if anyone else had seen what I'd seen. There was a bulletin board there with information for hikers. Posted among the trail maps and wildlife warnings was a flyer. It was old, sun-faded, but still readable. Missing person. Below was a photograph of a young woman. Sarah Chen, aged 24. Last seen hiking in this area in October 2015, 9 years ago. I stared at the photo for a long time. That night, I went through my voice memos. I'd been recording field notes throughout my trip. On the fourth night, the night the voices started, my phone had automatically activated voice recording when it detected sound. I listened to the file. I heard the tent shaking, the footsteps, and the voice calling my name. But it wasn't just one voice. When I isolated the audio and cleaned it up, I could hear layers, multiple voices slightly out of sync, all trying to form the same words. And underneath them all, almost inaudible, was something else. A woman's voice, real and human and terrified, screaming my name. Screaming for help. Screaming from somewhere else. Somewhere not quite here. I deleted the audio file. Deleted the photographs. Destroyed the camera. I told myself I was protecting my research, avoiding the circus that would follow if I released those images. But the truth is simpler. Some things aren't meant to be documented. Some mysteries aren't meant to be solved. The fungal network knew something was wrong. It protected me because I belonged to the forest. I'd been studying there for 2 years. The trees knew me. But what was out there in the darkness? What was singing those songs? What was it mourning for? I don't know. And I don't want to know. I haven't been back to the Olympic National Forest. Probably never will. My dissertation is stalled. My advisor is losing patience. My career is probably over, but I'm alive. And that's more than I can say for Sarah Chen. These accounts keep coming in. People from all walks of life, all across the country, encountering things that shouldn't exist. If you've experienced something similar, you're not alone. Share your story in the comments. And if you want to hear more of these real encounters, subscribe to this channel, because we're just getting started. Story 3. Name's Hal Peterson. I'm a real estate appraiser based out of Redding, California. Been doing this work for 32 years. I've walked every kind of property you can imagine. $1-million mansions, abandoned warehouses, foreclosed farms. You name it, I've appraised it. Last spring, I got a request to assess a remote property in the Trinity Alps wilderness. 480 acres of forested land, Previous owner deceased. Estate needed evaluation for probate. The property records showed an old hunting cabin somewhere on the land, but the lawyers handling the estate weren't even sure it was still standing. I should have charged double. Remote properties are a pain. No road access, need to hike in with all your equipment. Takes twice as long as a normal appraisal. But I was curious. The property had been in the same family since 1947. The owner, Roger Ashford, had died at age 93 without heirs. The man had lived on that land for over 70 years without electricity, running water, or contact with the outside world. What kind of person chooses that life? I drove up on a Tuesday in early May. The access road, if you could call it that, ended at a locked gate about 4 miles from the actual property. I parked my truck, loaded up my pack with GPS equipment, camera gear, and supplies for 2 nights, and started hiking. The trail was barely visible, overgrown with manzanita and scrub oak, but the forest opened up as I climbed higher, transitioning to ponderosa pine and Douglas fir. By mid-afternoon, I'd reached the coordinates for the cabin. It was still standing. Barely. The structure was small, maybe 400 square feet, built from hand-hewn logs, chinked with the mud. The roof had partially collapsed, and one wall was bowing outward, but it was still recognizably a cabin. More impressive was what surrounded it. Roger Ashford had built a compound. There were 4 other structures scattered through the clearing: a smokehouse, a root cellar, a workshop, and something I couldn't immediately identify: a strange circular building made from stacked stones with no obvious entrance. The whole site was surrounded by a low wall made from river rocks, creating a defined boundary maybe 50 yards in diameter. And everywhere, on the cabin walls, on the standing stones, on fence posts, were carvings, symbols, hundreds of them, maybe thousands. They covered every visible surface, carved deep into the wood and stone. Some looked vaguely Celtic. Others resembled Native American petroglyphs. Many I didn't recognize at all. They weren't decorative. They were deliberate, protective. I took photographs, made measurements, noted the condition of each structure. As an appraiser, the land value was more significant than the buildings anyway. The structures were historical curiosities at best, but something about the place made me uneasy. It was too quiet. We were in late spring. The forest should have been full of life. Birds, insects, small mammals. I heard nothing, just wind through the pines and the distant sound of a creek. I set up my tent inside the rock wall perimeter near the cabin. As I worked, I found more carvings on the ground itself. Symbols scratched into flat stones embedded in the earth, forming a pattern I couldn't decipher. By sunset, I'd completed my exterior assessment. Tomorrow, I'd document the interiors, take measurements, photograph everything. Then one more night and I'd hike out. I made dinner on my camp stove and watched the sunset. The temperature dropped fast. By full dark, I was in my sleeping bag, reading by headlamp. Around 9, I heard the first sound that wasn't wind or water: wood knocking. 3 sharp raps, like someone hitting a tree trunk with a baseball bat. It came from the north, beyond the clearing. I turned off my headlamp and listened. Silence. Then another knock, this time from the east, then the west. I'd heard about wood knocking. Bigfoot researchers talked about it. Alleged communication between creatures. I'd always dismissed it as nonsense, but out there in the dark, in that unnaturally quiet forest, it didn't feel like nonsense. The knocking continued for maybe 20 minutes, always from different directions, always just beyond the clearing. Then it stopped. I should have been frightened. Instead, I felt oddly safe. The rock wall, the carvings. Roger Ashford had built all of this for a reason. He'd lived here alone for 70 years. Whatever was out there knocking, he'd found a way to coexist with it. I fell asleep feeling almost peaceful. I woke to breathing. Not wind, not my own respiration, Something else, something close. I opened my eyes. My tent was dark. I'd turned off my headlamp before sleeping. I reached for it slowly, not wanting to make any sudden movements. My hand found the light. I turned it on. The beam illuminated my tent walls and the shadow beyond them. Something was standing directly outside my tent, something massive. I could see its silhouette through the thin nylon fabric, a figure easily 8 feet tall, broad-shouldered, standing motionless. The breathing continued, deep, measured. I didn't move, didn't speak, just watched the shadow. It raised one arm, I could see it clearly, the shape outlined against the tent, and I braced myself for it to rip through the fabric. Instead, it pointed. The gesture was unmistakable. It was pointing toward the cabin. Then it stepped back. I watched its shadow retreat across my tent walls. I heard footsteps, heavy but surprisingly quiet, moving away from my tent, toward the cabin. I sat there for a long time trying to decide what to do. Every rational part of my brain said, stay in the tent, wait for morning. Whatever was out there engaging with it in darkness was suicide. But it had pointed at the cabin, deliberately. It wanted me to see something. I grabbed my flashlight, a powerful LED with a beam that could cut through 100 yards of darkness. Unzipped my tent, stepped outside. The clearing was empty. I swept my light across the compound, expecting to see something. Nothing. Just my camp, the crumbling buildings, the stone wall. I walked toward the cabin. The door hung crooked on leather hinges, half open. I pushed it wider and stepped inside. My flashlight beam illuminated a single room, a cot in one corner, a wood stove, a table and chair, shelves lined with jars, preserved food, gone bad decades ago. Everything was covered in dust and debris from the collapsed roof, but on the table was something that shouldn't have been there. A journal, recent, the leather cover clean, unweathered. I picked it up and opened it. Roger Ashford's journal. The dates ran from 1947 to just 3 months ago, January 2024. He'd been writing until right before he died. I sat at the table and started reading. The early entries were mundane, details about building the cabin, hunting and trapping, the isolation he'd chosen after the war. But around 1952, the entries changed. Saw it again today, watching from the tree line. Same as always. It knows I see it. We have an understanding. 1957. Left food for it this winter. Elk I couldn't finish. It was gone by morning. Finding gifts in return. A bear skull, eagle feathers. It's trading with me. 1963. The symbols seem to work. As long as I maintain the carvings, freshen them each year, it stays beyond the stones. We share this mountain, but we keep our boundaries. 1971. Bad winter. Snowed in for 2 months. It brought me a deer, left it right at the wall. I would have starved otherwise. I owe it my life now. 1985. Heard it singing last night. Never heard that before. The sounds aren't like anything human or animal. It's mourning. I think they die too. I think it lost one of its own. 1994. It's getting old, I can tell. Moves slower. The hair on its face has gone gray. We're growing old together on this mountain. 2008. I'm sick. Cancer probably. I can feel it. It knows. It's been leaving plants by the wall. Roots and bark. I'm chewing them. Don't know if they'll help. Don't care. We've had a good run, this mountain and me. 2023. I won't make it another winter. I can barely walk. It came right up to the cabin last night. First time ever. We sat on opposite sides of the wall, just sitting. 2 old creatures waiting to die. I wish I could tell it thank you. Thank you for sharing this place. Thank you for the peace. The final entry was January 17th, 2024. I'm ready. I left instructions with my lawyer. The property goes to the state after I'm gone. No development, no logging. Let it stay wild. Let it stay theirs. To whoever finds this, maintain the carvings. Respect the boundaries. This isn't our world, we're just visitors. Some of us stay longer than others, but it's not ours. It never was. I closed the journal and sat in the darkness of the cabin. Outside I could hear movement, not threatening, just present. I stood up and walked back outside. My flashlight illuminated the clearing. At the far edge, just beyond the stone wall, I saw it. 8 feet tall, covered in dark hair, graying at the edges. Standing on 2 legs, arms at its sides. Not aggressive, not hiding. Just standing there, looking at me with eyes that caught my flashlight beam and reflected it back. We stared at each other for maybe 30 seconds. Then it turned and walked into the forest. Not running, not sneaking, just walking. Slow, dignified. An old creature returning home. I packed up my camp before dawn. Didn't document the interiors. Didn't finish my appraisal. When I got back to Reading, I called the estate lawyers and told them the property was inaccessible. Too remote. Too dangerous. Not worth the liability of trying to sell it. I recommended they deed it to the Forest Service. Make it part of the Wilderness Preserve. They agreed. I kept Roger Ashford's journal. I know I shouldn't have. It was part of the estate. But I couldn't let it go to probate court, get lost in legal files, eventually be destroyed. Someone needed to know. Someone needed to understand what Roger had understood. We're not alone in these forests. We never were. But whatever shares them with us, it was here first. And some people, rare people like Roger Ashford, understand that. Respect that. The rest of us would do well to learn. I still have Roger's journal. And sometimes late at night I page through it. The man lived alone on that mountain for 7 decades. Most people would call that insanity, isolation. But Roger Ashford wasn't alone. He knew that. He'd made peace with that. Most of us will never have that kind of understanding with the wilderness. We'll hike through it as tourists, temporary visitors, always outsiders. But some people bridge that gap. Some people earn the right to share those spaces. I think about that creature, old and gray, standing at the edge of Roger's compound. I think about the gifts left across a stone wall, the food shared during hard winters, 2 beings from different species finding a way to coexist. It gives me hope, actually. In a world where we can't seem to coexist with each other, maybe there's something to learn from an old man and the creature he shared his mountain with. Maybe the boundaries we need aren't the ones that keep things out. Maybe they're the ones that teach us respect. Story 4. My name is Tamara Holloway. I'm a speleologist, that's a cave scientist for those who don't know the term. I map underground systems, document new formations, collect samples. It's solitary work that requires patience, precision, and a comfort level with darkness that most people don't possess. 3 months ago, I stopped going underground. Haven't touched my gear since. My climbing harness still hangs in my garage, covered in the red mud from my last expedition. I can't bring myself to clean it. Can't bring myself to throw it away either. It started with a tip from a caver friend in Grants Pass, Oregon. He'd been exploring the Siskiyou Mountains and stumbled across an entrance he couldn't find in any database. No surveys, no maps, just a narrow opening in a limestone cliff face, partially hidden behind a rockfall that looked recent. I drove down in February. Winter caving has advantages. Fewer tourists, more stable conditions, and the cold keeps the bat populations dormant. The entrance was exactly where Dylan described it. A vertical crack, maybe 18 inches wide, tucked into a cliff face about 40 feet above a Forest Service road. I geared up and rappelled down from above. The crack opened into a chamber maybe 20 feet across, with a sloping floor that descended into darkness. My helmet lamp cut through the black, revealing formations that made my breath catch. Flowstone cascaded down one wall like frozen waterfalls. Soda straws hung from the ceiling in dense clusters. This cave was pristine, untouched by human traffic. I began my survey, taking measurements, photographing formations, documenting everything. The cave system extended back into the mountain, a series of chambers connected by narrow passages. Standard mapping procedure. I'd done this hundreds of times. About 2 hours in, I found the paintings. They covered an entire wall of the fourth chamber, ochre and charcoal figures depicting something I initially took for bears. But the proportions were wrong. The figures stood upright, bipedal, with arms that hung too long. And they weren't hunting the bears in the images. They were running from them. No, not bears. The other figures. Smaller humans fleeing from the larger bipedal creatures. The art was old, very old. The ochre had faded to a dull orange, and flowstone had begun growing over portions of the images, which takes centuries. I was looking at a pictorial record from before European contact, maybe long before. I was photographing the paintings when my light caught something else. Scratches in the cave floor. Deep parallel gouges in the limestone, 4 lines side by side. Like claw marks, except limestone is hard. Whatever made these marks had significant strength. The scratches led deeper into the cave. Professional curiosity overrode caution. I followed them. The passage narrowed, forcing me to crouch, then crawl. The scratch marks continued, always on the floor, as if something had been dragged through here, or had dragged itself. The passage opened into a chamber unlike anything I'd seen in 20 years of caving. It was massive. My light couldn't find the far wall. The ceiling soared up into darkness, and the floor was covered in bones. Not scattered, arranged. Piles of bones sorted by type. Skulls in one area, deer, elk, bear, and others I couldn't immediately identify. Long bones in another section, ribs stacked like cordwood. This wasn't a natural accumulation. Someone had organized this, created a pattern, and in the center of the chamber sat a cairn of stones, deliberately stacked, reaching maybe 5 feet high. I should have left. Every instinct screamed at me to turn around, crawl back through that passage, and get out of the cave. But I'm a scientist. I needed to understand what I was seeing. I approached the cairn slowly, my light sweeping across it. The stones were smooth river rocks, probably carried in from outside. Hours of work, maybe days. And at the base of the cairn, wedged between 2 larger stones, was something that stopped my heart. A human skull. Not ancient. The bone was still white, not yellowed with age. Modern dentistry, I could see fillings in the molars. This person had died recently, within the last few years at most. I backed away from the cairn, my hands shaking. I needed to document this. Call authorities. This was a crime scene or an archaeological site, or both. I raised my camera and started taking photos. That's when I heard the breathing. It came from the darkness beyond my light. Deep, resonant breaths that echoed off the cave walls. I froze, my camera halfway to my face. The breathing continued, regular, calm. Something was in the chamber with me. I slowly lowered my camera and reached for my radio. No signal underground, I knew that, but the gesture was automatic. Desperate, my hand found my climbing rope instead. The exit was behind me, 30 feet of crawling passage, then the chambers I'd already mapped, then out. I started backing toward the passage entrance, keeping my light pointed ahead. The breathing grew louder, closer. Then I saw it, just for a second, at the very edge of my light's range. A shape, hunched, massive, moving. I ran, crawling through that narrow passage in panic, something I wouldn't wish on anyone. My pack caught on the rock. My helmet slammed against the ceiling. I could hear something behind me, not following exactly, but present. A presence pressing against my back. I emerged into the fourth chamber, the one with the paintings, and didn't stop. Through the third chamber, the second. My lungs burned. My knees were bleeding from impacts with stone. I didn't care. I reached the entrance chamber and looked up at the crack of daylight 40 feet above. My rope was still anchored. I clipped in and started climbing, hauling myself up hand over hand, not trusting my shaking legs to the footholds. 15 feet up, I looked down. It was standing in the chamber entrance, 8 feet tall, covered in dark reddish hair, arms that hung past its knees. It stood perfectly still, head tilted up, watching me climb. The face was wrong, too flat, eyes too large. When it opened its mouth, I saw teeth that belonged in a nightmare. But it didn't follow, didn't try to stop me, just watched. I made it to the surface, pulled myself over the edge, and collapsed on the forest floor. When I finally had the courage to look back down, the chamber was empty. I reported the human remains to the sheriff's department, led them to the cave entrance. They brought in a recovery team, 4 deputies, a forensic tech, all properly equipped for cave work. I waited on the surface while they went down. They were gone for 6 hours. When they emerged, the lead deputy looked shaken. They'd found the entrance chamber, found the painted chamber, but the passage I'd crawled through to reach the bone chamber, sealed, completely blocked by a rockfall that looked fresh. They'd tried to dig through it, given up after an hour. The passage was plugged with tons of limestone. They'd need excavation equipment to clear it, and bringing that equipment to this location wasn't feasible. No human remains, no bone chamber, no evidence of anything I'd described beyond the paintings which they documented and photographed. They asked me questions, gentle at first, then increasingly pointed. Had I been using any substances? Was I taking medication that might cause hallucinations? Had I experienced any head trauma during the climb? I showed them my photos, the bone chamber, the cairn, the skull. The images showed rock, just rock. The cairn was there, but when I zoomed in on the base, the spot where the skull had been showed only more river stones. My camera had somehow failed to capture what I'd seen. The case was closed. No evidence of human remains. Probable hallucination caused by poor air quality in the cave. High CO2 levels can cause vivid experiences. I was advised to get my equipment inspected and consider taking a break from solo expeditions. I didn't argue. What could I say? That I'd seen a Bigfoot in a cave? That it had intentionally collapsed a passage to hide its... what? Burial chamber? Trophy room? But I know what I saw. And 3 weeks after my expedition, I got a call from the Oregon State Medical Examiner's office. They'd found my contact information in a missing persons file. Had I ever met Raymond Casper, hiker, age 34, disappeared in the Siskiyou Mountains in November 2021. Last seen on a trail about 6 miles from where I'd found the cave. I said no. Asked why they were calling. The examiner was quiet for a moment. Then, we just found some remains in a cave system about 10 miles from your survey site. The skull, it matches Mr. Casper's dental records. But that's all we found, just the skull, placed on a pile of stones. I thanked her and hung up. 10 miles away, a different cave, but the same arrangement. I think about that chamber often. The bones sorted by type, the careful construction of that cairn, the way the creature watched me leave without aggression. It wasn't guarding territory, it was maintaining something, a sacred space, a burial ground, and I'd violated it. The passage collapse wasn't random, it was deliberate, sealing off that chamber from future intrusion. The creature had given me one chance to leave, one warning. I took it. I haven't been underground since. Can't imagine going back. Every cave entrance I see now fills me with dread. Not fear of the creature itself, fear of what it's protecting, what it's hiding. The mountains are full of caves. Thousands of them, unmapped, unexplored. How many contain chambers like the one I found? How many serve as burial sites for things that aren't supposed to exist? I don't want to know anymore. Some questions are better left unanswered. Story 5. I'm Nathan Cross. Was a fire lookout for the Forest Service until last season. 26 years in various towers across Montana, Idaho, and Wyoming. You spend that much time alone, 6 months a year, you get used to solitude. You learn to read smoke. You learn the difference between lightning strikes and campfire smoke. You learn to spot problems before they become disasters. What you don't learn, what they don't train you for, is what to do when you realize you're not alone on your mountain. My final posting was Tower 19 in the Bitterroot Range of Montana. Remote doesn't begin to describe it. 14 miles from the nearest road on a trail that washed out every spring. Supply drops by helicopter every 2 weeks. No cell signal. Radio contact with the ranger station once daily at 1800 hours. 6 months alone in a 14 by 14 room, 80 feet above the ground. Most people couldn't handle it. I loved it. The tower sat on a peak that gave me a 360-degree view of maybe 50 square miles of wilderness, dense forest below, rocky peaks in the distance. On clear days, I could see into Idaho. It was paradise. I arrived in mid-May, like always. Chopper dropped me and my supplies, confirmed my radio was working, and left. The tower was exactly as I'd left it the previous October, clean, organized, ready for another season. The first month passed normally. I spotted 2 lightning strikes, reported them, watched them fizzle out in sparse timber, logged temperature and humidity readings, read books, watched the wildlife below through my binoculars, elk, deer, the occasional black bear. In mid-June, things started changing. The animals disappeared, not gradually. Over the course of maybe 3 days, the meadows below my tower went from being full of grazing elk to completely empty. The bear I'd been watching work a berry patch vanished. Even the birds seemed fewer. I noted it in my log but wasn't alarmed. Animal movements are unpredictable. Maybe a predator had moved into the area. Mountain lion, possibly. But the silence that followed wasn't normal. Fire towers aren't quiet places. Wind is constant. Birds call, trees creak. But starting around June 20th, the sounds changed. Muted. Like someone had turned down the volume on the forest. Then the knocking started. I'd hear it at night, always around 0200. 3 sharp raps, like someone hitting a tree with a heavy stick, always from different directions. I'd scan with my spotlight, nothing. Just trees and shadows. I mentioned it during my daily radio check. The dispatcher laughed. Probably a woodpecker, Nate. At 2 in the morning? Maybe a tree falling. Those dead lodgepoles drop all the time. I let it go, but I knew the difference between natural sounds and something else. The knocking continued. Every night. It was getting closer. By early July, I could pinpoint the sound, maybe 100 yards from the tower base. Still in the tree line. Still invisible. Then I started finding the gifts. That's what I called them. Objects left at the base of my tower. The first was a deer skull, placed carefully on the bottom step of my stairs. Bleached white. No meat, no smell, just bone. I assumed hikers, some idiot trying to spook me. But this area didn't see hikers. Too remote, no trails, and I would have spotted anyone approaching during daylight. The next gift appeared 3 days later. A bundle of eagle feathers, tied with grass, propped against the tower leg. Then river stones, stacked in a perfect pyramid. Then a massive pine cone, bigger than any I'd seen, placed on my doormat. Someone was visiting while I slept, approaching the tower, leaving things, leaving without me hearing a single footstep. I started sleeping lighter, keeping my spotlight next to my cot. Twice I woke and scanned the area immediately. Nothing. But the next morning, there would be something new. A twisted branch shaped like a spiral. A perfectly round rock. A cluster of wildflowers that shouldn't grow at this elevation. I reported it. Probably bears, the dispatcher said. They do weird things. Bears don't arrange stones in geometric patterns. Maybe you're sleepwalking, Nate. You've been up there 2 months. The isolation gets to people. I wasn't sleepwalking, and I wasn't imagining things. In mid-July, the dream started. I dream of standing on my catwalk looking down. Something was climbing the tower, hand over hand, coming up the metal framework. I couldn't see it clearly, the angle was wrong, but I could hear it. The scrape of fingers on steel, the creak of weight on the structure. I'd wake up drenched in sweat, heart pounding. Check the catwalk. Nothing there. But the dreams continued. Same scenario. Something climbing, getting closer each time. On July 28th, I woke from the dream at 0347. I know the exact time because I was staring at my clock when I heard it. Metal creaking, the sound of weight on the tower structure. From below, this wasn't a dream. I grabbed my spotlight and threw open the door to the catwalk, shined the beam straight down. 2 yellow eyes looked back up at me. They were 30 feet below, attached to something large. Something that had climbed halfway up my tower. Something that froze in my spotlight. Arms wrapped around the steel framework like a giant spider. We stared at each other for maybe 5 seconds. Then it dropped. Didn't climb down. Dropped. 30 feet straight down to the ground. I heard the impact, a heavy thud, and then nothing. No sound of it running, no crashing through brush. Just silence. I stood on that catwalk for 2 hours, spotlight sweeping the ground until sunrise. I saw nothing. But at the base of the tower, I found the impact point. 2 deep depressions in the earth where something heavy had landed. And leading away from the tower into the forest were tracks. Footprints. Massive. 18 inches long. 5 toes, deeply impressed into the soft ground. They disappeared into the tree line after maybe 20 feet. I photographed everything. Sent the images to the ranger station with my morning report. Requested immediate extraction. The response came back an hour later. Weather's moving in. Can't get a chopper to you until it clears. Could be 3 days. Sit tight. 3 days alone with whatever had climbed my tower. I didn't sleep after that. Stayed on the catwalk during daylight, watching. Stayed inside after dark. Door barred, spotlight charged and ready. The knocking returned that night. Louder, more insistent, circling the tower, closer than before. Then a new sound. Rocks hitting the tower. Small ones at first. Pebbles pinging off the steel. Then larger stones. One smashed through my window. Another dented the metal siding. It was bombarding me. I turned on every light I had. Pointed my spotlight downward. Saw nothing but darkness and flying rocks. The assault lasted 20 minutes. Then stopped. In the silence that followed, I heard climbing. The scrape of hands on steel. Something was ascending the tower again. I grabbed my fire axe, the only weapon I had, and positioned myself by the door. If it made it to the catwalk, I'd... what? Fight an 8-foot creature with an axe? The climbing sound stopped. It was just below the catwalk. I could hear breathing. Heavy, labored. Then it spoke. Not words, not exactly, but vocalizations. A series of sounds that had cadence, rhythm. It was trying to communicate. I stood frozen, axe raised, listening to this thing trying to talk to me. The sounds continued for maybe a minute, then stopped. I heard it climb back down. Slowly this time, deliberately. When it reached the bottom, I looked over the edge with my spotlight. It was standing there, looking up at me, arms at its sides, non-threatening posture. It was massive, 7, maybe 8 feet tall, covered in dark brown hair. The face was illuminated in my spotlight, flatter than an ape's, more human, but wrong, the proportions off. We stared at each other. Then it did something that made my blood run cold. It waved, a simple gesture, raising one hand, moving it side to side, the way you'd greet a neighbor. Then it turned and walked into the forest. Didn't run, didn't rush, just walked away. I stayed on that catwalk until dawn. When the sun rose, I went down and examined the base of the tower. The gifts were gone, all of them. The skull, the feathers, the stones, everything removed. The only thing left was a single massive handprint in the dirt, pressed deep, deliberate. It was saying goodbye. The helicopter came the next day. I packed my gear and left. Told the ranger station I was done, retiring. They didn't question it. I was past retirement age anyway. I never told anyone the full story, just said the isolation finally got to me. Too many years alone. Time to quit. But I think about that night constantly. The creature climbing my tower, the rocks thrown in frustration, then the vocalizations, the attempt to communicate. It wasn't attacking. It was trying to make contact. All those gifts, they weren't threats. They were offerings. Attempts at connection from something that lived in total isolation. Something that had maybe seen the tower and thought, what? That it finally had a neighbor? And I'd responded with spotlights and fear. The wave at the end, that gesture of farewell, haunts me most because it showed understanding. It knew I was scared. It knew I wanted it gone, and it respected that. It left me alone. I wonder sometimes if it's still there, still on that mountain, still alone. Maybe watching the tower, waiting for another lookout, another chance at connection. I hope whoever's up there now treats it better than I did. Some creatures are lonely too. These encounters keep happening. Different people, different locations, but the same impossible truth. We share these forests with something we don't understand. If you've experienced something similar, or if these accounts have made you reconsider what's possible, support this channel by subscribing. We're documenting the undocumented, sharing the stories that others won't tell. And there are more coming, many more. The thing about fire towers is they're meant to watch for danger from above. We scan the horizons, look for smoke, monitor threats we can see. No one trains you to watch for what climbs up from below. No one tells you that the real isolation isn't the distance from other people. It's realizing you're being observed by something that doesn't think like you, doesn't communicate like you, but recognizes you as something, a fellow being, another lonely creature on a mountain. I've been retired for 8 months now, living in town, around people. I should feel safer, but I find myself missing the tower, missing the silence. And sometimes, though I'd never admit this to anyone, I miss knowing I wasn't completely alone up there. Even if my companion was something I couldn't explain. Even if it terrified me. Maybe especially because of that. This is Park Ranger Files, signing off.